Okay. Okay. Is it working? Okay. It's working this time. Cool. Okay, should be good in that regard. Let's just make sure the audio is working, yeah? Is the audio working or not? Let's just make sure the audio... Okay, it is. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. Okay, okay. Looks like I caught up on some of this data. Data. Okay. Put this open over here. Fuck. Look. I don't follow this account? Really? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. a day. God damn. God damn, what a day. Get the rest of our data going here. Interesting. Interesting order flow on Ethereum right now. Interesting. Whales loading on ETH. Interesting. Interesting. Whoops. Put this on. Okay. Oh yeah. Fuck. Is it dead? Is it fucking dead? Load that bitch right there. Let's also update our levels. God damn, where's the... God damn. Where even is it? damn. God damn. Back out of the gap so far. Interesting. As we'll leave that for now. None of these are loading still. Are you fucking kidding me? Velo. Boom, boom. This stuff is not loading. What the fuck? What is been going on with this shit? What are we missing here? Oh yeah. And only disputes. What is going on? What is going on, my friend? What's going on with you? And yeah, Biddy is flying today. Oh, we talked about this, right? We talked about all this. Been talking about all this. No one should be surprised. No one. I don't think no one should be surprised. The other thing is there's no longs opening. There's no longs opening up on this move so far. Which makes me think they might run off on our ass even higher. To be honest. But we'll see. We'll see. We got a big gap that's looming below. Let's get the rest of this data going. Put this here. Here. This over here. How's all this stuff looking? this is what I wanted to see, right? On gold, this is what we were hoping to see, some kind of big wick up here, right? Something along those lines. There's a volume looking on this thing. Pretty big volume day as well, again, right? Red day, massive volume spike. So we'll see. We'll definitely be mindful of this. More signs of gold dumping appearing, right? Don't need this on this one. Don't need this here. Not too often you get candle closes in the yellow region. Here was one time. Twice. A relatively high hit rate in terms of like a local tops on this thing. On this thing. Just to continue to roll over or not. So watching this level here. Same thing with this. ExoCharts has been letting me down lately. Letting me down. Okay, that like that. Yeah, let's kind of see how some of this ETH beta did today, yeah? we'll do it on here real quick. Damn. Damn! Some massive pumps, some of this stuff. When did I do this? Who the fuck knows when I did this? Who the fuck knows when I did this? Interesting. What does it be looking like? Ideally, I should have been getting in down here, to be honest, right? Right, might be a little late on some of these. Haven't been paying attention to these too much. That's okay though, that's okay. That's okay though. For now, we'll get rid of some of these. What is this? Daily. Where is this? Let's delete some of this, yeah. These were from way back. Delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this. We have these in our other charts, so let's not worry about these. This is what? Put these in here. Okay. We'll leave it like that for now. Leave it like that. What's happening over here? Looks like we're rolling over, yeah. Looks like we're potentially rolling over. Might fill some of these gaps. At least they're trying. At least they are trying. Yeah, fuck. Fuck. How are the alts doing now that we reset? Interesting. Yeah, a lot of these meme coins, god damn, a lot of these meme coins have been ripping. 20+% yesterday alone. God damn. God motherfucking damn. Gold has filled the gap. See what happens now. Fuck. Fuck. Interesting. How much is that? Not that much. It's not that much. Look at a 3-minute candle. Let's switch this bitch to that. Switch this bit to that. Next plans. I missed this move. It's a great question. It's a great question. I've been in the same long since fucking Lord, like, this is the problem. I gotta look at this, like, I got in this long at this is my entry, 842. Been in this bitch. There's only 0.17 Bitcoin remaining in that. So, I've been in a long since here, right? Problem is that I TP'd pretty aggressively on the way up, so like I added back to it when I got off stream yesterday, which was where, and I barely added anything. That's the thing. I think the average entry barely moved compared to the total position size. It was nothing. But problem is, I'm not trying to open a long now. It's a thing. Like, and I don't think many others are either, right? That's why you're not seeing any longs open because we're so overextended. But that's how they get you sometimes, though, right? That's how they get you sometimes. Because they just run off on your ass. Market just runs off on your ass. So I'm definitely waiting for a pullback. The question is, how deep do we pull back, right? That's the main question on my mind. Like, obviously, there's a gap to fill below us, which should bring us back down to like this cluster. Because this whole move was like on a tweet, right? It's just like a 1 minute move. I was at the gym when this happened. Bing! 1 minute candle did what? $2,000 almost? Like I really want to say we come back and retest like like here, right? Something like that. What's it looking like? Or maybe even this, like 91. Or we keep going, right? We might go higher. We might go to like 96 kind of thing. Like come up here and then like roll over and tap this. Maybe there. That kind of thing, right? This weekly level. This is at 92. So what would that be looking like over here? Yeah, maybe here, right? Maybe we just come back and tap this and go. But point is, I'm not trying to get in a long right now, which sucks. Because I definitely missed out juicing on a good amount of this move. Because even I'd already shaved even. Where was it? Where's this damn chart? I think by this point I'd already shaved most, or even like even here. I don't remember now. I have to like watch back. I can just look at the orders, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Whatever. Needless to say, by the time that we were up here, there wasn't much of the position remaining. So yeah, kind of missed out on some. Definitely missed out on some juice there. And the short, I mean, I've been trying. I got into a short here. I had something like, because we're looking like relatively overheated on like the 30 and the 5 minute at this time. Almost some other edge, right? Some other typical edge. So I had something like this set up. No, there's also like a, what's it called? Like a naked point of control on the 2 hour candles up here. So I had like some order set like this. I got the first one filled. And when reversed, I'm okay, whatever, it didn't get filled. Sucks to suck, right? Whatever. And then it came and stopped me out. And now we're back at it again. I got into a little bit of a short here. So far so good, but my stop's about to get got. If we go any higher, I'm gonna get got. So we'll see how that plays out. And if that doesn't work for the next short attempt, somewhere up in here, obviously, right? Somewhere up in this zone. How's CME looking up there? Yeah. Like I don't think we're just gonna keep blasting, right? Blasting up through the like up to here. I mean, it's possible, I suppose, right? I suppose. Even if we come like sideways for a bit and then go. We'll see. We will see, right? For now, we'll just chill. We have levels to the upside, right? We have a lot of levels to the upside, a lot of levels to the downside in mind, so kind of just watch the price as it approaches there and decide from there. I'd imagine somewhere in the zone, right? Somewhere. Cause that's like this is like obviously the next big liquidity cluster, and it's really 95. It's really 95. So maybe this point of control, like somewhere in this region. I don't know. A lot of confluence in here. And in terms of like mathing it. In terms of mathing it up. Yeah, right. Higher time frame golden pocket is right here as well. Hopefully we do roll over here though, yeah. Because I do want to get back into a long. I'd rather we don't just pump up from here without that, because I'm not going to be opening a long. Until we get some kind of pullback, like I'm not looking to entertain that personally. Personally. So far, so good though, yeah. We'll let that play itself out. Yeah, I mean, these all gapped up. Now it looks like they're doing one of these, yeah. So far. I need to set up this over here. Fuck. 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 Where's my other chart? Where is the other one? Oh yeah, fuck. I never put this thingity thing over there. Put that dangity dang over there. Okay. 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 Looks like we should be chilling on this short. Looks like we should be chilling. Everything's kind of rolling over in unison. Anyways, we'll let that play itself out now. I don't want to be too mindful of that. Are approaching the gap again. Same over here. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, fuck. I never. Fuck. Fuck! Forgot to set my shit up properly. In terms of this, fuck. 921. 92. Okay. And 889. Interesting. Bum, ba ba bum, ba ba bum, ba ba bum. Question is, are we dipping into the gap and then running it back out that bitch, or no? Should have to be pretty mindful of this for the next little bits. Ba 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 bum, ba ba bum. Okay. Okay, okay. Goddamn, goddamn. Why does this thing keep stopping? Like, what is going on here? Anyways. 23, 519. Interesting. The thing about this move is like, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like unswept garbage everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Look at this. On top of this whole cluster being unswept. So, a little dangerous, yeah, a little dangerous in that regard. So be mindful of that as we progress. As we progress, do you own any Tesla? Yes, I do. I do. Some might say I'm a Tesla whale. Yeah, I do own Tesla though. Quite a fascinating company, right? You know, it's like a robotics, AI, energy, automotive hybrid, right? Yeah, yeah. Definitely like a good long-term buy in my opinion. I don't know about. I was just looking. Like obviously undid the whole Trump pump at this point. Probably a good, not a bad spot to start accumulating if you wanted some. Could go lower though, right? Could go lower. Yeah, like a little worrying, right? A little worrying perhaps. Like we're back in this value area and then tried to break out and got rejected. So, you know, this is not out the question at all, right? Maybe even do like one of these. I'd probably do something like this, to be honest, right? Some kind of like massive pyramid of spot buys. If you get filled, you get filled, and if not, then yeah. I don't know if we're gonna be going any lower than this, right? But yeah, I mean, interesting company for show, for show. Especially the robotics angle, right? Like the robotics angle is the one that's like the most important one. The most important one. Imagine you had a robot. You could buy a robot for like 20 grand, 30 grand, or whatever. Whatever the price may be, it doesn't even matter what the price is, right? Just say some arbitrary number. That can do anything for you. That can do anything. I can mow your lawn, cook food, clean, etc. Do something for whatever business you own. Tell me you don't want that? You tell me you wouldn't want that? I'd buy 10 of those bitches right now. 10 of them things. And the other thing is, they're an energy company, right? They're a renewable energy company, and that business in and of itself is like like potentially, not even potentially, it's like starting to grow exponentially. So that business alone is juicing. Juice. Okay, our short's definitely chilling. Our short's definitely. I don't think we're gonna be getting stopped though on this thing, right? Looks like it's running. Juice. Curious to see how open interest changes as we move here, though. I didn't know about the energy part. Yeah, I mean, most people don't, I suppose. It's not commonly spoken about. Yeah, but they have like what's it called, like mega packs, right? This is like these massive rechargeable batteries, essentially. Like there are entire cities that use this now. Like before, you used to have like renewable energy, but like let's say the solar panels weren't getting enough sun, then they'd have to like resort back to the typical like power plant usage, right? To kind of help to keep the energy grid going, right? Enough energy for the whole grid. But now these things like store enough energy to account for that, right? So you don't need to use these power plants anymore. On top of many other things, right? On top of many other things, you can power like entire buildings, etc. So yeah, a lot of different use cases there. They also do like car insurance, right? They also do like car insurance. They do all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. So far we're dipping our tip in. Dipping the tip in that bitch. Hopefully we don't reverse here, because that'd be salty. Because this would be a pretty nice entry on the short if we do end up going way lower. Pretty nice, if I do say so myself. God damn. 30-minute candle close coming here pretty soon, so we'll leave it on this one. God damn. Nothing changing over here, really. Look. Any other stocks that you own? Yeah, but like nothing, just long-term holds, right? like the indexes, etc. Nothing of particular interest. I'm trying to think of anything I bought a while ago that I might be like forgetting. Yeah, I mean, just typical shit, right, that like, your financial advisor would do. Is there anything of... Yeah, nothing particularly interesting on that front. Like Tesla, MicroStrategy, the indexes, like some event, like Lockheed Martin, for example. I was thinking, is there anything else really noteworthy? Maybe I'll check in a sec. But like most of that stuff like, is just kind of swing trading kind of stuff. So or stuff that I'm dabbling in more often. Like the things that I'm holding long term are like long term holds, right? So the typical handful of staples. Just not really much variance from that. Know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay, we back in the gap. Okay. This will be even if we just come to here, it's gonna be a juicy short. Juicy. Motherfucking juice. Let that thing keep doing its thing over there. Yeah, I need to figure out how to set up my Coinbase data feed. Forgot about that shit. I think I need to log into it, yes. How do I get an API key? I have to do it on my computer. Fuck. Fuck. Coinbase. I don't even remember what this thing is. God damn. Who the fuck knows? Fuck. Goddamn, goddamn. Okay, I think we found it. Damn, where is this thing? Fuck. Okay, people that long the top up here have closed out on Bybit. That's one exchange down. One exchange down. What is my password on this? I don't fucking know. Yes. AI, please. Estimates would be great. How am I gonna log into this? Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Boom, boom, boom. Damn. Damn. I don't know where the fuck this shit is. Pissing me off. God motherfucking damn it. Pissing me off. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Over here we're doing what? Whole lot nada over here as well. Whole lot of nada over here as well. Look. Okay, we'll leave these over here for now. Just let me get a protein bar. Okay, guess we'll have to worry about that later. Ain't figuring that out. $10.18, what the fuck? I thought it was fucking midnight. What the fuck? I thought it was goddamn midnight. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. What is this for? Fuck. Let me deal with that now before I forget. Okay, done that. $50, $100. Goddamn, goddamn. Anyways. Boom, boom, ba boom, ba ba boom, boom. Nothing. Damn. Okay. Oh, I reset all my shit. Fuck. Fuck. These protein bars are fucking terrible. Never buying this shit again. God damn. God motherfucking damn. Motherfucking terrible. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? Fuck. Fuck. Gold till the gap and hasn't moved up since. Interesting. Interesting, that is. Put this back here, put this back here. Toss this bitch up. Trill trades, yo. Yo. Can I look at Doge? Sure. Sure, just give me a sec. Give me a second, yeah? Also, what about Doge are you looking or want me to look at? The time frame, etc., yeah? There's a lot of things to look at, right? Looking at the monthly chart for all you know. Just 1 second. Spot buy. Might be a little late on that one. I'm looking at it in a sec, but I'd imagine if it's like the other meme coins I saw today, probably ran off on your ass potentially. But yeah, let's go take a look, shall we? Doge. I think we did that a while ago, right? Something like that, yeah. What is this? Yeah, I mean, if you... Here's the thing, if we correct, like maybe we come down here, right? How much of a move would this be? How much was this up? 20. So a bit less than 2x. Yeah, like maybe scale in on like a pullback kind of thing, right? If you really want some. Maybe you might have missed it, right? The other thing is, what if we go lower, right? This is not this, where is this? This is it, it's not resolved yet, right? The world where this goes lower still, and in which case alts are gonna nuke again, but starting to lean away from that. We'll leave this on this. And maybe a little late on a spot buy on this thing. I mean, now's not a terrible time, I suppose, if you're like thinking real long term, if you think this is gonna fly up. Hmm. I imagine a lot of these alts look similar too, right? Kind of just quickly glance through them. Hmm. Definitely a little late. Like, I mean, I don't know. Probably would have been trying to get in on this monthly level. I was really looking to buy spot Doge. Especially on the reclaim. Because even this is still already like, yeah. Well, a little late in my opinion. The other thing I'm thinking is like, do the alts do one of these potentially, right? Do they one more leg down to sweep this level? Because Biddy kind of had the same. Well, this one's a bit more far gone now at this point, right? But maybe we still get it. Maybe we do still get it. Just unlikely, right? It's a pretty big drop at this point. That's possible, right? That is just one candle away, one bad news story away. I just don't know if we go that low here, which means these probably won't go that low either. So yeah. I mean, not the worst price range regardless, right? If you really are thinking long term, like, are you really gonna, like, yes, there's obviously a difference in juice from like this entry to this entry. Over 60% difference in gains. So that's still a lot of juice though, right? It's still a lot of juice for a spot buy. Double your money. And that's not even, you know, if we do blow past the all-time high. This is even a full chart, right? What's the highest it's ever been? Where's this thing? Where's this thing? Coin market cap. Yeah, I mean, it was higher. It was at 60 cents before, 64. Oh, way up here. So, definitely room to run, right? Curious what the volume looks like on other exchanges. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We will see. Dogecoin, Doge. Yeah, some of these memes though, god damn. Where is it? What's the one? Like the fart coin chart is looking wild. Wild. What's the market cap of this? That can't be right. That cannot be correct. 1.2 billion on this thing. Yo, whoever loaded up on this thing is juicing right now, especially if this is a leverage trade. God damn. God damn. This is an interesting one as well, right? This is an interesting one as well. If we exclude like the early, if we come back and retest this level around here, I might get in this bitch. No gap, no gap. Put an alarm there just in case. Same with this, yeah. Put an alarm there. definitely late on this one though, that's for sure. Potentially early here too, right? How many holders does this have still? What's the website for this? Soul Bird's Eye, I believe it's called. Whiffers. Whiffity whiff whiff. Still a lot of holders. Because even back up to here, right? Even back up to here is juice. Okay, we'll be mindful of this level getting grabbed, and then we'll put an alarm here or so. What level is this? I think this is from the... what was this? I think we put that from the full chart, yeah? From the full chart. Whiff. I think there was like a big cluster down there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Bounced it right there too, okay. What is this? Oh 04. 044. It's basically this line, honestly, yeah. So we'll put an alarm here too. So far, getting out of the gap. Same here potentially. Oh. Hmm. The thing about these alts is like, am I paranoid? Am I fucking paranoid for thinking it's too easy to give us a pullback to this and then go? I feel like it's too easy, yeah? I feel like it's a little too easy. Definitely be mindful of this. Hmm. Okay. Definitely be mindful of those, but so far looks like we're bouncing right. Barely touch that thing, now we're bouncing. Look. Not good for our short so far in that regard. If that starts to go, then probably gonna bounce out of here too. Look. Question is, do we add some more to the long? I don't trust it. That's the thing. Let's see if we get like a structure change on a meaningful time frame. Yeah, something like this. Maybe we'll consider it. Also, shout out to our levels by the fucking way. Like, can we just get a shout out to the fucking levels? Bing! Bing! Like, oh. I don't know how to tell you guys. I don't know how to fucking tell you guys. Bing! Shout out to the fucking levels. Shout out to the fucking math. Shout out to the planning. God damn. Shout out to everything. Shout out to motherfucking everything. Goddamn. Too fucking easy, I swear. Too fucking easy. Shout out to the fucking math. I can't remember my damn Coinbase password. I can't get it through my phone for the API. I'll have to give that some more thought. Okay. Looking good in that regard. Fuck, I need this goddamn data feed. Fuck. Fuck. Troll trades. Alt season is here. I mean, yeah, alts are definitely flying. I don't know if it's alt season. Isn't there like an index for that? Some kind of website that kind of shows you like the ratio of how many alts out of the top 100 are outperforming Bitcoin? Altcoin season, something to that effect. Oh yeah, we're definitely, I mean, I don't know how accurate this is, but... So this measures like out of the top 100, how many are outperforming Bitcoin, and so far not a whole lot, yeah? In the lower region. So, perhaps. It only includes the top 100, I think, though, so maybe not the most accurate if you're kind of really degenning it up. Being a true degenerate. The thing is this, right? I talked about this yesterday. Like, okay, like this was like a spot where like ideally if you're bullish, you wanted to see bulls hold this, right? Ideally, we kind of like clean that, but pink, and then trap people that are like shorting into this. Got him. Question is, do we break these highs, right? Do we break these highs, this gap fill? Like, do we start getting above these levels? Because there's a world where we go lower, right? This could just be like one of those like crazy squeeze relief balances before you just go lower, right? And this could be the same story here on Bitcoin. I'll be more of a believer if we start to like actually like recontest this range, right? Like this level. Where is it? I have it on this chart. This white line. If we can start getting like multiple closes above here, then yeah, I'll believe it. Yeah, I'll be more of a believer. Same with S&P. Same with S&P. All I'm saying is being mindful of potential more downside, right? Be mindful of more downside. Geez, how can you trade with all of that on your charts? Is it really that much? Like what, 3 indicators and then horizontal lines? I don't think it's that much. Two of which are vital if you're trading market profiles, right? Auction market theory style of trading. You kind of need the profiles to trade that way. Plus, you know, when you're trading in the moment, right? During the day, you gotta have your levels marked out, right? Levels to the upside, levels to the downside. You gotta be prepared. Don't have time to sit here and browse this shit when you're trying to enter and exit trades. Just sit here and scrolling back to your chart like, oh, where's this level? Oh, where's that level? You don't got time for that. easy to miss, especially on NQ. Yeah, I always have like, well, I mean, I have NASDAQ open over here, but I'm not as mindful of it. Like I do watch it, but usually I'm just watching S&P. I do watch the NASDAQ order flow though. Yeah, sometimes it is a little overwhelming though, even for me, right? Even I'm used to looking at this, right? I'm used to looking at like all these levels, like the colors mean stuff, right? Speaking of levels, yeah, even sometimes for me, I'd rather have a cleaner chart, but like it is what it is, right? Everything kind of provides certain information that is needed. What broker am I using? I trade on BitGet, Kraken mainly, and then you take the typical like Canadian brokerages for the traditional stock market. Okay, what were we doing? They are side by side, okay. 916. I didn't know overnight trading was a thing until today. Yeah, I mean typically lower volume though, so potentially suspicious at times. And then in crypto, it's in this case, crypto trades 24/7. Same story though, typically lower volume. The New York session is typically where most of the action is at, most of the money is flowing. Would you say overnight is more competitive trading than the day? No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say there's just less volume. There's just less volume. Makes the math a little bit less mathy. Easier for a large entity to move the market on their own. But in general, it's the same concepts, right? You have a level in mind to the upside, level in mind to the downside, and you're just looking at the data as you approach it, deciding if you want to take that trade or not. Or not. Based on the data, based on the math. Not a whole lot changes in that regard. Shout out to the math. We'll save it on here. I don't have to watch too much else at this point. Fuck. How am I gonna do this? I need to get a data feed for Coinbase. How am I gonna do this? Thinking of going long? No, I've been in a long since. Goddamn. Goddamn. Hold on, let me just get this screenshot, yeah? We've been in a long. We've been in a long since 8400 or 84,000. So since way down here. Shaved a little too early though. Shaved a little too early. I was out of most of that position like here, and we just blasted up even fucking higher. So, but yeah, definitely not now, right? I'm not trying to be a top longer. Open longs at the top of the move. No one is either, right? Like right now, if you look at the open interest, like there's no longs opening up here. So I think everyone's a little suspicious. Everyone's a little antsy, waiting to see what happens. I'm trying to get in a short. I'm in a short right now, but this might get stopped out pretty soon. My stop's like up here. Break even, so worst case we don't lose anything. Get a free roll. But yeah, hopefully we come fill this gap. So far we are spending time in here, so that's a good sign. Same with S&P, or it was, right? It was approaching it, looks like it's bouncing, so trying to be mindful of both of those. But yeah, a little too late to long at this point, in my opinion. Like maybe if we flip this level up here. But yeah, I'd give it some time personally. Because the other thing about this is we've blasted up. We have blasted up this whole move, leaving imbalances behind everywhere. So very easy to like cascade back down, especially these like low volume regions. Only thing making me paranoid is how few longs have opened here. It makes me think that the spot market is gonna run off on our ass. Run off on our shit. How many longs are open still? Maybe we come down here. Like, there's a lot of longs that have opened in this whole move up, and none of them have really closed yet. Haven't taken any profit, etc. So I'm sure they have them in the scope. Uh, 8400, trying to be like you. Yeah, I mean, I streamed all this, right? Talked about all this beforehand. All of our trades. Streaming every day, right? Talking about all of them beforehand, etc. I'm sure whatever day that was, we talked about it. Same with these shorts. I took a short here earlier as well on at this line, right? This is useless imaginary line, and end up getting stopped out break even on that thing too. So I'm gonna be salty if this one doesn't go either. Salty. Gonna be looking to get in up here then probably. Question is where, because there's a lot of shit to liquidate up here. So there's a world where we just bring, like quickly blast through the zone, and then come back. Fuck. Blast through the zone. How's gold doing? Interesting. Is this the top? That's the question. Is this the top for gold? That is the real question. Probably not. Hmm. People are definitely dumping though. People are definitely dumping. What's this looking like? It's got a 30-minute candle close. Not a whole lot going on here. Can this bitch go in the gap? Can you just fucking go? God damn. God damn. Okay. Pretty bearish order flow picking up here. We'll see if we actually roll over now or not. Or not. 925. Also a lot of high leverage liquidations right here. Right at the alarm line, basically. Okay, back to this shit. I need more water too. Fuck. Fuck. How long have I been trading? Not particularly long. I started leverage trading like April, May of last year. And I started like learning about like more in depth, I suppose, about like just investing, trading crypto in general, like in this time span. Started trading spot around here. It all started here in the summer because I had to get a hernia repair, so I was bedridden for a month. In that time, I was like, fuck it, might as well learn something new. I started learning about this stuff, and I was like, damn, it's just a video game. Just a motherfucking video game. Easy as fuck. Haven't looked back since. Quit my job at this time as well. As soon as I got access to leverage trading, quit my job immediately. Immediately. Fuck out of here. Quit that bitch. So yeah, basically like a year at this point, a year straight of leverage trading. Bum, bum, bum. Damn it, it's been a year, damn, huh? Time flies. Doesn't even feel like it. Oh, I think about it, it has been a year. Long fucking year. Grinding. Putting in that work. Control trades. What alts are you in? Not many, really. Like, most of it is Bitcoin, like ETH, Solana, Link. Am I missing any? I think that's like the main, like Render. I have like a Discord in the description where someone asked that a while ago and I put the list in there, but a lot of that stuff is like the way I did it is like, okay, this is all the money I had, and I did like 75% like Bitcoin, ETH, Solana, and then everything else, the entire rest of that list is like in this percent, and like the lower the market cap was, the less of a sliver I gave it. I'm just thinking if I'm missing anything. Any notable ones? Like, yeah, some XRP. Some AVAX. Ondo, I have a decent bag of Ondo. Tau, I have some. Yeah, I'll just go look at that list on the Discord if you really want to know. But a lot of it is not like I wouldn't. The thing is, I bought a lot of them a while ago, right? When I was back here, and if not earlier, right? Like somewhere in this time window was when I was buying some of these things. So, and I've sold out, right? I've sold out a decent amount of them, especially the shitcoins. Was not planning on holding those long term. Will that you being a successful trader in order to quit your job? It's a good question. Like one, I'm like obsessive, right? Obsessive first and foremost, like unhealthily obsessive. I used to play video games professionally. So I played Call of Duty professionally, and I played a lot of other games at like the highest rank possible. So like I'm very like hyper competitive, borderline obsessive in that regard. When it comes to competition, like I love it. So to me, it's like it's the same kind of thing, right? So one, I spend a lot of time, Like the thing I just showed you with the streams or whoever I was just showing it to, I'm streaming like 5-6 hours a day in the evening after trading during the day too, right? Like, and while I'm trading during the day, I'm like learning stuff, like reading whatever, YouTubing whatever, ChatGPTing whatever, backtesting a bunch of stuff, collecting stats. So yeah, definitely a huge time dedication in that regard. And like I'm used to the whole process of like iterating, right? Because like in most video games, like what are you doing, right? You start off as like a noob, and then as you play, you're like repeating the same set of behaviors, and then you're noticing like what worked and what didn't, and then you're like improving on that. Like, oh, this didn't work, let me stop doing that. Oh, that worked, let me keep doing that. So the same thing applies to trading, right? You're kind of like honing your skills the more you learn, learning what works, what doesn't, etc. Yeah, I'd say that's probably most of it. Just being dedicated, putting time into it, backtesting stuff. Like even now, right? Even now, I was collecting. I've been like this indicator. I've been collecting stats for this the last like 2 days. While I'm sitting here doing nothing, I'm like collecting stats. And I do this with different things all the time. You know, you gotta have your edge on the market. try different tools, right? This month I've been trying different tools, like trading lights, etc. Seeing if there's anything I noticed with my eyes, right? Pattern detection. A lot of self-awareness too, right? That's the other thing. You have to have a lot of self-awareness. Because the thing about trading is that if I gave this chart to a monkey and I said long or short, right? The monkey knows nothing. It's a 50% chance of being right. If it says long, 50% chance it goes up and the monkey's right. So it's very easy to get like deceived by being like result oriented, right? Like you might have done a really shit trade that ends up making you money, and a lot of people in that situation think that they did a good job, right? But they're not able to like understand that that's actually like a terrible trade and they just got lucky. So a lot of self-awareness in that regard is needed. Tracking your trades is another huge thing actually. It's probably one of the biggest ones I would say. Journaling your trades. Because the more you trade, the easier it is to forget what happened in the past, right? You're very biased to recent memory. And if you're writing the same mistake over and over in your journal, then obviously something's wrong, something that needs to be fixed immediately. Plus just stats in general, right? Like you might have trade strategy A, like strategy B, strategy C, and all three are like making you money, but one might be like barely profitable while one is way more profitable. So in that case, you might as well cut out like the shittier ones, right? Jay Zeb, I missed the gold sell-off, 10:30 EST to now, darn. Yeah, maybe. We'll see what happens. I mean, I've been watching gold for the past like 2 weeks now because I'm waiting to see, right? Because like this money has to go somewhere. The money that's in gold right now has to go somewhere. And there's no coincidence that the market like pumped today as this is like dumping. So I'm waiting to see like are we topping out? Because on the weekly chart, if you go get the stats for this thing, like the RSI at this level, it always correlates with some peak. It's like damn near 90+% accuracy. There's always some peak when we get this high. Question is it the top for gold? The top? Because this thing has gone fucking parabolic at this point. We'll see though, we'll see. Because this thing has a lot of room to run still too, right? This thing could just kind of come back, retest this, and just start going again. One thing I will say is people are definitely dumping, right? If you notice the volume, the highest volume bars are always selling days. So you know motherfuckers are dumping. Dumping on your ass. And I talked about it here. I talked about it on this day. When there's the 3 days in a row of this just massive volume dumping, so you know people are getting out this bitch. So I'm very curious to see how this resolves itself moving forwards. Is this the top or not? And another symptom is a massive selling tail up here. But at the end of the day, it's gold, right? At the end of the day, it's the most recognized asset on earth, safe haven asset. So hard to predict what's gonna happen with that. And also, I wouldn't say you missed a whole lot, right? Like let's say you sold at the exact tick of the peak. You missed like a 5% sell-off, 4.5%, not particularly massive. Just a minor pullback on the 1 minute. Yeah, suppose if you're like leverage trading, scalping on the lower time frames, yeah, I definitely missed quite the move then, yeah. I mean, you saw it, right? It's pretty obvious. Right there. Pretty obvious trade setup right at the gap fill too. So lots of ways you could have played this. I mean, I don't trade gold personally, but like clearly there's like trade setups here on this gap play. And then obviously doing the failed auction up here. Also, you had divergences forming, right, on the lowest of time frame oscillators. And we'll find out pretty soon if it's gonna bounce though, yeah? Swap this at the 7.5. We'll find out pretty soon if it's gonna bounce or not. Or not. Time is it? 11:20? God damn. God damn. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out, yapping with, well, gold with your boy. Even though I don't trade gold, it's something we always be mindful of. Always have the gold chart open. Hopefully things are going well for you. Juicing up on these gold trades. You know, I should trade some of this stuff, to be honest. I should be trading some of this stuff because like being able to trade through CME and having one source of data that everyone refers to, and that's it. Like you don't need 10 different exchanges for crypto, etc. It must be so nice. It must be so nice. I'm sitting here with the data sources open for like 10 different exchanges, spot and derivatives market, etc. God damn, my brain can't handle it sometimes. My brain cannot handle this much data. Actually, speaking of that, how's this next 30-minute candle looking? Probably not doing a whole lot. Holding our level, pixel perfect so far. Oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do this. Fuck, did not mean to do that. Not mean to do that. Some of those alts are pure shitcoins. Lamau. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's how I treated them. That's how I treated those, right? Like the lowest market cap ones I got, that were fucking clowns were shilling on Twitter, etc. Gave them like the tiniest of allocation. Cause I was like, fuck it, right? This thing either like 20x's or it goes to 0. Fuck. The crazy thing is that with a lot of those charts, even with some of the like major drawdowns they've had, the remainder of my positions are still in profit because I got in so early. But yeah, if I'd held those up and down, back down, damn, I would have been salty as a motherfucker. Salty as a motherfucker. But you know, for as much shit as I give the trading Twitter sphere, or whatever you want to call it, I did learn enough on there when I started to at least know. How do I phrase this? Like, there were people on there talking about their experiences from the last cycle, and they were talking about how they got dumped on, right? They got dumped on by people shilling garbage. So I went in with the mindset immediately being prepared for that and looking to avoid that. At the end of the day, like, it's much better to do. Okay, like, let's say you have $500 and you want to put it in some fucking random shitcoin alt. And like we'll say this is like alt A, and then this is B, C, D, right? It's much better to put this in here, and then let's just suppose that you think, or people are saying, that this thing's gonna like 20x, go to the fucking moon, blah blah blah, right? Whatever they say. You're much better to putting this in there, getting like a 2x, 3x maybe even, right? Something's like, obviously this is like a lot. This is obviously unreasonable in traditional markets to be expecting that kind of gains, but in those kind of shitcoins it's possible, right? Because they do way more than this. But you're much better putting that money in, getting like 1 to 2 multiples, and it's getting out, right? So now you have 1500, right? And then you find the next one that's gonna pop, or that's gaining a bunch of mind share, and put it in here. And then same story, right? Instead of sitting here and hoping it fucking flies to Valhalla, just take the money out. And now imagine you do the same thing. Now you have 4500. Repeat, right? So instead of like trying to ride these things all fucking to the peak, just take in, get your gains, and get out. And then you can either put this money in like something more secure, like Bitcoin or some traditional stock, or just keep it in cash, right? Just wait to reload on dips. But yeah, I think a lot of people get wrecked because they just put their money in, and they're hoping to hold this the entire cycle. And the thing about like alts, and it's crypto in general, most of the cryptos, like, it's not just like even the major alts. Like, who knows where they're gonna be in a year from now, right? Like right now, it seems like Solana is eating Ethereum's lunch, correct? What if Sui starts to eat Solana's lunch, or something else comes out that's a competitor to both of them, starts eating both of their lunches? Like tech moves very quickly, so all it takes is a faster, cheaper competitor to come out that may have other pros associated with it, wherever that may be, like Web2 integration, more support for financial services, whatever it may be, right? Who knows? You can go on and on. But the point is, like if that comes out, the old ones are dead, right? Almost immediately. So nothing is guaranteed in this world, especially in the long term. And that's not specific to crypto alone either, right? That happens in traditional technology all the time. We'll go back to this chart. It'll be very interesting to see if we actually start to rip up from here, up in the gap. That'd be quite bullish then, yes? Quite bullish. Tap the gap and go. Tap the gap and go. Yeah, charge my laptop. Look. Okay, we'll do this. Put this over here. Okay. Very curious to see what happens with these Binance longers. 1,000 Bitcoin currently underwater from the top. From the Pico top. Got him. Got him. Got they ass. Got they ass. Fuck, did not mean to do that. We're gonna be mindful to close out some of the short if we start to like flip VWAP and this 382. So I'll put an alarm there for that. So I don't want to round trip. It's not a huge trade running, but if we are gonna reverse here, might as well not round trip the rest. Yeah, at least get something out of it, get some juice out of it. How's this stuff looking? These are all starting to do some weird potential inverse head and shoulders. I haven't changed structure though, so maybe we'll do it on this. Coinbase volume starting to pick up, interestingly enough. And do we add to our long? That's the other thing. Be mindful of, do we add back to our long? We're actually going to just tap the gap and go. Look. Tap the gap and go. Trill trades. Are there gap strategies? Yeah, there are. It's exhaustion gaps, the whole gap filling, gap continuations. So like a lot of people. Okay, like some people like literally trade the gaps themselves, like actually base trades around how we gapped, and others use it as a confluence, right? Like in this case, like if we gapped up above yesterday's value and now we're like tapping it and starting to go, like that's bullish, right? Because like typically gaps are like it's an imbalance, right? It's an imbalance that appears on the chart. And typically, what do imbalances mean? It means that the market has not deemed if this is like actual fair value for the price of the asset or not. Right? Because we just gapped up. So like this could have been just like a sudden news story, whether it's bullish or bearish, that causes this. Like a sudden, a massive entity buys that causes this gap, etc. And so they typically get retested, right? These zones typically get retested because the market is efficient in that regard. So once a DM is, was this move up that causes gap actually valid or no? Essentially, right? That's kind of the idea, and people like structure their logic around that, their reactions at the gaps. But there's a lot more than that. Like, I'm sure you can like find much more in-depth resources in this 2-minute TLDR that I'm giving you online. Plus, they also talk about gaps in, what book is it? Like, I know Markets in Profile talks about gaps, different kind of gap plays. Also, like, cause like there's different variants, right? Like, let's say this is a candle, and this is like the next candle. So that there's like the full-on gap, right, where the candle opens gap above. There's the overlapping, and then there's like the inside. And there's like different strategies based around that, whether it's like which kind of variation it is. And there's like a whole set of theory behind that as well. On top of being like almost a like self-fulfilling prophecy as well, right? Because like people are targeting these gaps, they're like mindful of them. So it all kind of works together synergistically in that regard. Book. I don't want to close some of the shore here because I got such a nice fill. Fuck. But should be responsible. Yeah, we should be responsible here. Book. Responsible adults juicing. How much of a difference would this be? This would be what? I was thinking if I want to move the alarm to here, to actually like, let the structure like print and confirm if it is going to change here. I mean, obviously we have gone like this one, but not particularly meaningful. It's almost half the trade, like 1.6. How's this looking? Okay, we'll stick with our original decision for now. And we'll add back if it does end up going lower. If I'm awake. I need to go to bed soon. God damn. Almost 12. God damn. Whoops. Not mean to do that. How much is this? I need to buy... That's so annoying. I want to buy the CME data so I can look at like the order flow live, but you have to buy them split for crypto and everything else. I want the whole thing. Really? Really? How much is it on DX feed? DX feed data. Market depth and the top of the book data. That's pretty cheap. Is this correct? Only 50 bucks? Is that correct? I might buy this shirt right now then. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? "30-minute candle close pretty soon here. See if we close outside of the gap or not. Or not. We'll leave it on this thing for now. The fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck? This is cheaper than I thought. I thought it was gonna be more expensive. To be honest. Did our alarm go off? Where'd it go? Am I fucking cooked? Where did the alarm go? What the fuck? Anyways, okay, we'll close out some of this, yes. Close out some of that. Anyways. Okay, we have some cured, some juice on that short. Leave the rest. Go back to this. Because I want to go to back to bed too, and that's the thing. Not back to bed, but to bed. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think I'm going to be awake long enough to decide if you want to add to the back to the long or add back to the short. I'm getting pretty tired here. Anyways, probably leave it as is. Probably leave it as is. Damn. Damn. How much would be left if we make it down here? You fucking hear that? Anyone fucking hear that? So far, looking like a good decision to shave, yeah? Like, this difference would have been... What do we say? Like 1 point... Like a... 60%? And from what? 4-1 to... Oh my god, I did the inverse wrong. It was like a 40% difference essentially. Okay. So far so good, at least, right? Flip the VWAP now too. What's the rest of this data looking like? How much is that? 1,000. They have over 100 million in shorts just got trapped here. Interesting. Interesting. I might do what I did yesterday, to be honest. Just add back a little bit of the house money to the long in case we make this next move up. Hmm. Thing is, I don't know how high we're gonna go in this zone, right? Could like tap here, here, here. Might not even make it there, right? Might get rejected here. Might not even leave here the zone at all. Might just roll over. Hmm. Of course they have to do it now at 12 at night. Goddamn. Goddamn. Ideally, I would like to wait to see if we get more candle closes above the VWAP. Okay, we'll give it some time. We'll give it some time and decide before leaving what we're going to be doing with this thing. Give it some time. I did close a lot of the shorts, so ideally we add some back if we are going to start to head lower. What is that? It's all like they want to reverse. They don't look like they won't want to tap the gap. That's what it's looking like to me. From over here in my ivory tower. You know, all the indices are doing the same thing. Just doing one of these like right at the VWAP, right above the gap. So if they flip this shit, hopefully if we are gonna make a move up, we start to close above here relatively soon to decide. How's all this order flow looking? Where are these? Interesting spot to be in. A lot of shorts here and a lot of shorts here. These guys are chilling, these guys are underwater. So if we start to break this high, you already fucking know. You already know. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got they ass. Also, in terms of just this in general, damn. We'll put an alarm here. We already got one. We'll put one right there. Leave that there. Be too mindful of anything at this point. I'm also watching if we do one of these. Damn. Interesting. Is it the same for the other oscillators? Whoa. Yeah, 'cause we're definitely starting to see some CBD divergences show up here. These haven't reclaimed this yet, so it probably looks like they're failing it. Interesting. In terms of the longs, what are the longs to look in? I'm trying to gauge the probability of us just blasting through, because like there's a very realistic world where we just fucking blast into the zone, right? Like another just momentary spike in spot volume, which has been happening the whole way up, causing these massive moves. These motherfuckers are getting got. How much is that up there? From 9 to 958. Nine six eight. Hmm. $600 plus. This level will be quite important. This level right here, 93632. That's what it's looking like to me. So we got longs trapped here and shorts trapped here. So these two yellow lines are basically kind of governing which of those two are going to be underwater and which are not, moving forwards. How much volume is this? 23, 25. Okay, I should probably set my TPs for whatever's left in the short, because you do go lower. Make sure we leave all of those set up. I'm just checking out some of these candles. 919, that would be where. Okay, fair enough. Do that. Where's the next one? $907. We'll put it a little higher. Okay. The next one will be way lower. It'll be a juicy TP if it gets hit. Juicy. $878. We'll put it a little higher, just to front run it a bit. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Tipping here, here, and then here. The logic being that we do have an outside day, right? We opened outside of yesterday's value. So, you know, full day rotation is in play if this level gets lost. So we'll secure this before that even happens, and then we'll go from there. In case we retest and then just go, we'll take this one as well. Thing is, I'm wondering if we should take one in the middle here. Assuming we even go down, right? Assuming we even, I might get stopped out in the next like 20 minutes. Good thing we shaved at least, right? Secured some profit on that bitch. Not for the long, for the long. If this thing had flipped this and started to go, while this was also doing that, I feel much better adding back to the long and just going to bed, but I like how we're dicking around below VWAP here. Eight, 9 is where? So let's leave that marked, yes. We have a naked point of control here. Potential long brewing here, yeah. Potential long brewing in this zone somewhere. That'd be quite the pullback though, right? Quite the pullback. Suppose it is possible, right? Any kind of bad news tomorrow could just kind of send the market lower real quick. How is this stuff looking for tomorrow? 5,300 to 5,190. Interesting. Is there anything interesting on the calendar tomorrow? I think I already checked earlier, but not necessarily. 28th. Seems like most people have like this priced in, something in this range. For the remainder of the week, at least currently. We'll see how that updates in the morning with all this news that came out in the evening. How would that translate over here? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna pass up on adding back to the long just because I'm going to bed soon, so I'm not gonna be able to like get a sense of what's going on or like shave if I want to, etc. If things starts to look bearish. We're seeing Delta flip quite red though. That's like hours too. So definitely a lot of aggressive market selling, but so far has not led to much in terms of the actual price action. The thing is, we have divergences, right? We have divergences in both directions. Which typically favors the continuation, whichever one has a hidden div. Decisions. What do we do? What do we do? In terms of upside, 958, 958. Okay, my TPs are already set up there for the long, so I don't need to worry about that. Damn. Maybe we'll wait, right? Maybe we'll wait the next 30-minute candle. I think that's the best course of action for now. I mean, for the pattern lovers, right? For the pattern lovers out there. It's okay doing one of these. While this thing is also doing the same, right? Right? Because I don't know if we're going to get up here in the next 30 minutes. And I would like to see the reaction up here. I don't think we're going to make it either way. Fuck. Gold's still dicking around down there at the lows. Okay. Nasdaq is looking pretty strong though. This motherfucker's looking pretty strong right now. Already broke the highs and flipping VWAP. Okay. Okay, I like that. I like that. I think I already have this, yeah. Once I already have this somewhere, maybe it's on this one. Anyways. Chip, hello brother, how are the trades going? They're going quite well. Quite well. I'm in a long, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a long at this point. There's like nothing left. There's 0.17 Bitcoin left in that trade. So damn near nothing. Damn near nothing. Yeah, I got a long down here, rode that bitch up, but I shaved quite early. I was not expecting this ladder move up here. And by this point, I already shaved a good amount, so I added back some yesterday at the end of the stream yesterday. Added back to this bitch, but yeah, like barely anything, barely anything. So now, like even still, it's not the biggest position, and I shaved up here, right? So. In terms of the shorts, I took a short attempt here, got stopped out break even on the move back up. And I took a short attempt, like basically when the stream started, like up here. So in that thing, shaved some because it looks like it might be reversing. So I close out a good amount, but I'm gonna add back. If we start to go head back lower and start to fill this gap again. Only problem is I don't know if I'm gonna be awake. That's the only problem with that, so. And the other thing is the long, right? I'm kind of want to add back to the long, but it's so suspicious to do it up here, right? Like, am I really going to add to the long after this? A little suspicious, yeah. Especially at the value area low over this range. A little suspicious. Risk profile, a little suspicious. Nice. Nice. It is indeed nice. It's indeed nice. The only reason I'm leaning towards adding to the long here is the fact that there's no longs. There's no longs opening. Like there's a few on Binance that opened up here that got currently trapped. other than that, there's not a whole lot. Like all the other exchanges have already closed. The longs that were trapped up here on like OKX and Bybit, etc., have already closed out, right? And they're shorts trapped right now down here. So makes me think that the spot market might just run off on us, right? Don't even give people a chance to get back in the train. Hard to decide though. Hard to decide. I'm not sure. Not sure what way to fall on it. I think it's best to kind of sit on our hands for the most part, right? Not make bad decisions out of greed. Wait for better trades to appear, trade opportunities. But I mean, yeah, I talked about it earlier. I don't know what time it would have been at. I think someone asked, right? Which is why I was talking about it. Maybe not. But at some point I was talking about like looking for like longs. Like maybe we like do something like this, right? Something like this. Even if we just retest like yesterday's value area high, grab this single print, bounce at the 382, later. Most probable if we're looking at, if we're going to be really bullish, because that's also where the gap fills finishes, right? That's like the bull ultra bull scenario. If we are going to go lower, if we're not going to go straight up from here. If not, I'd probably be waiting till like down here, at least, if not lower. I'd want to see the reaction at this level. Anyways, we'll see. We shall see. Fuck, it's hot as fuck in here. What the fuck is going on? I might just go to bed, to be honest. I don't think, like, I highly doubt we're gonna see any kind of spike in volume to resolve this. I do want to get a nice sleep before the New York session starts. I'm gonna be salty as fuck though. If I woke up in the morning and this thing had rolled over and filled the gaps, salty as fuck. Salty as a motherfucker. Just popping in before bed, get you some rest. Yeah, I mean that's the plan. That is the plan. I don't think I'm gonna be I was gonna leave at 1 because I wanted to see if this thing could close above the VWAP. But even then, like I don't know if I'm gonna trust one candle close. The thing is, this one's like been working on it, right? But even then, like looking a little. They are working on it. They are working on it, but I want to see some more time spent above, etc. So I don't know if I'm gonna be particularly trusting of that. So yeah, honestly, I'm probably just gonna say fuck it. To be honest, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm streaming tomorrow. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming too much after that. Cause I do have to leave town somewhat soon to go do some stuff. But if I do, I should say if I don't, I'll probably start posting stuff in the Discord again. Start yapping in the Discord again. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, tomorrow quite likely I will be. I'm just thinking about the rest of the week. Where's my calendar at? Cause I have to be back where my family lives on the 2nd of May. So it's a week from this Friday. Anyways, yeah, I mean, we'll see. We will see. For the rest of this week, probably. After that, it remains to be seen. Fuck. It's actually going. God damn, it's actually gonna. What the hell? What the hell? I mean, so far, that'd be a good decision to shave on the short now, right? We might have been getting stopped out potentially, just break even, get nothing. So good decision on that part. Did I have my... Okay. And I swear, the last 2 or 3 days, right before I go, I'm waiting to see if something happens in the chart, and then like 10 minutes after going to bed, shit just starts flying. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Fucking with me. Fucking with my shit. My fucking market makers are fucking with me. bum 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 bum. Papi chulo 90, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Not a whole lot. What's up with you, my boy? What's up with you? Not a whole lot here. It's the same old routine, right? Nerding the fuck out, juicing. Ain't nothing new over here. Getting bored. Getting bored of the juice. Getting bored of the juice. Ondo. Damn, I just got home. Looking late as fuck. It's 1? But I think you said you lived in Cali, right? So like it's like I guess 10 p.m. there, which I guess makes sense. Guess that makes sense. Anyway, what was that alarm for? Ondo for a condo? Okay, we'll move it up a bit. Cause I want to see if we roll over here, if we like sweep this on futures and then like maybe come back and tap this. Cause a lot of alts are looking like potentially primed to do that. If you don't even consider that already like a, you know, might already missed it. Might already missed it, to be honest. I'm very curious if we're gonna leave this behind on all the alts and Biddy. We'll put one here. What you thinking for tomorrow? One sec, give me a sec. I'm just kind of writing an email real quick. I'll give you the quick brush up, right? Quick, quick catch up. So tired, fuck. I can't even think. It's almost 1 in the morning. God damn. God damn. Okay, let's kind of brush up, right? Review, and then call it a night. Call it a night. I mean, in terms of the short, if you didn't try and get in here, then it's a bit late now, right? Especially because it looks like we're about to be going higher potentially. But these are like the next levels I have in mind up here for the next while. And I've talked about these like on Discord, like I don't even know how long ago. Like fucking like 1 to 2 months ago at this point, if not longer. I've had some of these levels for a while. In terms of liquidity, this negative point of control will be interesting to watch. And this 0.25 extension, right? You got some math confluencing here, because there's like a gap. Like this whole box is like liquidity, but there's like a gap in the middle, kind of like a little sliver of gap. So like there's a world where we just like bing, go lower. How would that be looking like on the higher time frame? At the top of this like value. Not even, right? Not even. Yeah, I'd be looking for something like that, but I'd be careful though. I'd be looking at the data, right? As per usual, look at the data. Let's use the data to decide, because there's a world where like this just like spot market is sending. Like basically what happened here, right? Spot market was sending, the delta was ramping up on futures and derivatives, right? Both markets operating in harmony to squeeze these shorts. So if that happens again, you could get another like massive move. I'm just like suspecting how likely that is. I'm not sure. Because this would be quite the move at this point, right? If we were to blast all the way up to a year, like that's at a fucking $15,000 move in 2 or 3 days. I mean, sure, it's possible. I just don't know how likely that is. I'd be looking at the open interest, right? How many longs are opening up here? That's might be my main concern. Because right now there have not been a lot of longs opening on the way up. At least it's like latter portion. So there's no one to like trap if we roll over. To the downside, I mean, if you want to kind of get a better idea, because I think I talked about it a bit more in depth earlier at some point. So like, use GLASP to search like long on the transcript if you have that. If you don't, Google it, and I'm sure you'll find the portion. But there's a lot of areas of interest, right? Like here, down here. Like this will be the first one I'm looking at probably. Either that or this. This kind of like 3/8, like this kind of zone, the value area high. So yeah, like we'll just say like here, somewhere here, maybe like this kind of thing. Maybe even here, right? Yeah, we'll see, because we're also sitting on top of a gap here, so it's going to be kind of telling of the next sequence of price action looks like. I'll also watch S&P, right? Like if we do go up from here, I'd be very mindful of this reaction up here. Yeah, I think that's more or less it, right? Like watch for the reaction up here, watch the reaction during this gap fill, watch for the reaction here, down here, right? Lots of levels of interest as per usual. Just a matter of watching them and watching the data afterwards and seeing how everything looks. But yeah, I think that should cover it. Yeah, I think it should more or less cover it. I think. And yeah, fuck it. I'm going to bed. It's 1 o'clock. Do we get anything interesting? We are almost flipping this level, which makes you kind of want to add to the long now, right? It makes you kind of want to add to the long. Because this is what I was waiting to see. Ideally we get another candle to verify, because these things are potentially rolling over. Did any shorts open here? Yeah, wait, they are. Oh, interesting. It was whatever. I'm not gonna wait around. Not gonna wait around. I'm fucking tired. I want to sleep. But yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow, right? Yapping about trades some more. So the grind does not stop. Keep it moving. Keep it pushing. Shout out to you for checking in. And yeah. Think that's good. Yeah, I think that's good. We're gonna call it a night there. How long was this stream? 4 hours? God damn. We've been grinding. Thanks, boss. Have a good one. You too, my friend. You too. Hope you have a good night. Enjoy yourself. Stay safe. Shout out to anyone else that's in here. If anyone else is in here. If there isn't, no shout out to you, right? And yeah, we're back at it. I'm tired. Can't think. Time to call it a night. Later.